Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union, standing and Your Excellencies, Honorable Members of Parliament, standing before you is Dr. Stuki Monsa, Senator from the Kingdom of Eswatini, who is representing the Southern Caucasus in the ad hoc committee. We are pleased to stand before you to present a report from the deliberations of the ad hoc committee. Your Excellency, Chairperson, allow me to invite our rapporteur, Honorable Patrick, to give us the report. I thank you.
Thank you. Excellency, the Chairperson of the UAU Commission, members of the ad hoc committee, dear colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, you charged us with the responsibility of assisting the chairperson in conducting this election. I want to begin by appreciating our chairperson who did a commendable job. Thank you very much, ma'am, for putting the team together. And I would like to appreciate my colleagues who did a wonderful job to ensure that we work throughout the day and night to receive the nominations, but also process them. Dear Chairperson and members, kindly allow me to take you through the report. That we worked on with the team. The meetings that we held yesterday and today morning had members of the PAP, members of the ad hoc committee. It was facilitated by a team from Pan-African Parliament. Lodo from Uganda was the female candidate presented by the Eastern Caucasus. Congratulations, colleagues. For the Western Caucasus, colleagues, they presented it, the Honorable friend of mine, Alhaji Mo, from the Gambia. Congratulations. And the Honorable Dr. Zaneta Aje Man Rawlings. Kindly forgive me if I failed to pronounce the names properly. From Ghana, congratulations, Honorable Dr. Zaneta. From Ghana, kindly, so that members can see you. Congratulations. We received the nominations from the Central Caucasus, and the following were nominated by the Central Caucasus. The Honorable Marie Odete Akizimana from Burundi was the female candidate presented by nomination by the Central Caucus. Congratulations, ma'am. And we also received the Honorable Jida Mama Mahdan. Honorable Jida, my friend, congratulations. We received the following honorable colleagues from the Southern Caucus. The honorable friend of mine, Honorable Senator Tony Sevanze from Eswatini as the male candidate. And the Honorable Alete Francesca Castro from Angola. Congratulations. Honorable members, the review of the nominations of the elections of the positions of the President and Vice President was guided by Rule 15.1, particularly in the area of regional balance and equal representation of men, male and female. The committee noted that all the regions presented 2 nominees comprising 1 male and 1 female. However, the clerk informed the committee about the withdrawal of the following candidates. The Honorable Marie Odette Akizimana from Burundi and the Honorable Achayo Juliet Lodu from Uganda. The committee, basing on Rule 15.5 of our rules of procedure and also presented in the guideline, the committee admitted the withdrawal of the honorable colleagues because it is allowed. I therefore present the underlisted nominees for the election of the president and vice president. For the position of the president, allow me present Honorable Fatah Butobi from Algeria, and for the position of first vice president, allow me present Dr. Eshibil Gayo from Ethiopia, from Eastern region. Allow me present Honorable Aliji Mbow of the Gambia, from Western region, and Honorable Dr. Senator Mache Ajeman Rollins from Western region for the position of second vice president. Honorable colleagues, allow me present to you Honorable Jida Mama Hama Hanat from Chad, for Central Region and for the position of third vice president. Honorable members, allow me present the Honorable Senator Tony Sebandizi from Eswatini and the Honorable Alete Francesco Castro Roger from Angola, from Southern Caucasus, for the position of the fourth vice president. The ad hoc committee noted that the nomination for female for Southern Caucasus was the ad hoc committee noted that the nomination form presented to the ad hoc committee for the female nominee Southern Caucasus was different from other regions, and the member was called upon and advised to comply with filling Form A because she had filled Form B. The committee advised the Secretariat that we need to provide the candidate to fill up a proper nomination form. Because the names were there, rightly from the caucus, but presented on a different form that probably was not right. The members noted that the contents of the withdrawal forms were not translated. So probably going forward, whenever there is a colleague that probably prefers to withdraw, an effort to translate the withdrawal would really be important. The Secretariat reported that they had no sufficient time to translate the documents, and they had received that very morning before the meeting. On the withdrawal of candidates, the meeting noted that each caucus is requested to produce 2 candidates so that when one withdraws, they remain with another. However, the honorable member from the Southern Caucasus raised her concern on the implications of the withdrawal of nominees, and in fact, she advised that going forward, this rule of withdrawal may be reviewed. The AU Legal Counsel explained that the nomination process should be distinguished from the actual election. In fact, the regions are required to observe gender parity while recognizing the right of candidates to withdraw under Rule 15.5. For the election, the end results are expected to ensure that at least 2 members of the Bureau are female, and therefore, paragraph 30K of the guidelines aims to correct any gender imbalance. On the eligibility of the candidate, the members noted that all the candidates fulfill the eligibility requirement as prescribed by the guideline. They requested Secretary to provide the decision of the Council on the intermediate and comprehensive sanctions to which they referred to. The ad hoc committee received a letter of complaint from the clerk from the Eastern Caucasus. The ad hoc, yes, there is a member from the Eastern Caucasus that got to the clerk about the issue of rotation within our respective caucuses. And the member from the East African Caucasus was saying that we need to observe rotation. But the legal counsel indicated that they received the same issue here on the floor at the time when the guidelines were presented, and it could be difficult this morning at a time when we are coming for elections, call back caucuses, tell them that go back and observe the matter of rotation. So we agree that this could be considered for further election. In conclusion, honorable members, having diligently carried out our mandate, the ad hoc committee recommends to the House to adopt this report drafted by our committee to enable it to conduct the elections to enable the AU Legal Council to conduct the elections on the position of the president and vice presidents of the PAP in accordance with the provisions, Article 12.2 of the protocol to the treaty that establishes the African Economic Community, and Rule 16 of the Rules of Procedure for the Pan-African Parliament. The ad hoc committee urges members that we have for long, as Pan-African Parliament, had issues during elections, and we pray that we go through this process in a harmonious way with an attitude of creating a good reputation for this house. May God bless, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of the Ad hoc Committee and the Rapporteur for this very thorough and exhaustive report. Now, colleagues, you have listened to the report, the outcome of the different caucuses. The next stage of this session will be the election. However, as the rapporteur put it, I received one protest letter about the way the Northern Caucus have been conducting its affairs, and I received a petition from one of the Eastern region member, a petition about the rotation issue, and I see two more flags, Angola and Gambia. Honorable members, let me be clear. I am not going to open a debate here. I will be listening to those claims, and the chamber will listen to those claims for the record. It has to be very clear. I came here to conduct elections with the mandate of our chairperson, the president of the Republic of Burundi, chairperson of the African Union. I came to this house with a decision from the executive, two decisions from the Executive Council. We spend the resources of the member countries to come here to conduct these elections. These elections will be conducted on the basis of the consensus reached by the ad hoc committee. And I would like now to give the floor to Morocco, Somalia, Angola, and Gambia, and then we will go to the election. Morocco, you have the floor. Je vous donnerai la parole. Attendez. Morocco, you have the floor.
Yes. Shukran.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Chair. Honorable colleagues, I would like to thank you, Chairperson, to give me the floor in a context of point of order on behalf of the members of Parliament of Morocco here to inform you about our concern, and firstly to help you succeed in your tasks and to elect a bureau that represent the full will of the members of the Pan-African Parliament. However, what was distinguished in electing the candidature for the president of the Pan-African Parliament, we regard it as characterized by some irregularities that makes this option lacking legitimacy and credibility, which are irregularities that we wrote to you a detailed letter, and it's linked directly with not respecting that the Northern Caucus is ruling its own, or the master of itself. And here I would like to refer to three irregularities. Firstly, not applying the neutrality principle in the two meetings of Northern Caucasus and how they conduct their business. Second, not to adhere to the principle of consensus as a foundation to take decisions in our institution, with imposing a methodology to take a decision that has no legal basis, as well as not respecting the principle of rotation in proposing the candidature. Therefore, without mentioning more details in the aforementioned letter, and to defend our continental institution and for its organs not to conduct its basis on suspicious procedures, and to build this institution on strong foundation, which is credibility, transparency, and true democracy, and to guarantee the safety of the process that resulted in submission the candidate to the position of President of the Pan-African Parliament, and for that bureau to be an expressing bureau for all aspirations. We regard that these irregularities made the nomination submitted to you does not reflect the whole will of the Northern Caucasus, as it is harming other rights of other nominees and excluding them unlawfully. Therefore, we appeal to you, Your Excellency Chairperson, to enlist the name of Mr. Al-Hassan Haddad from the Kingdom of Morocco, and he deposited his nomination in this night as one of the competitors as one of the candidates for this position. And that matter should be resolved through the democratic process to elect a president based on free and fair elections that guarantees the equal opportunities for everyone, and particularly that Article 15 of the Rules of Procedures does not oblige the Northern Caucasus to submit only one nominee, as there is no jurisprudence when the original text is there, and we have high hopes to resort to true democracy that is based on direct contestation and competition. We regard the nomination of Dr. Hassan Haddad as his experience, as he is supervising many development programs and projects in the African countries, and this nomination seeks consensus, and it's also a nomination that seeks to enhance the effectiveness of this institution in service of the African people. Our ambition is clear, is to enhance the role of this parliament, one voice for united Africa. Thank you very much, Sir Chairperson.
Sayyid,
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for your intervention. And the Parliament has listened to it. And now we will write down all those observations in the report of this session.
to Somalia.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to make 3 remarks in terms of the legality, morality of the process in the East African case. The issue of rotation in the Bureau from the President to Vice Presidents is very clear in the petition we submitted in terms of the process that must be gone through. That process was gerrymandered, and it's really a scar on the African people that the Pan-African Parliament will behave in ways that are not better than some of our local parliaments, which gerrymander the electoral process to favor individuals at any particular point in time. So that's the first one. The second one is about gender equity in the process. when fake individuals are put as nominees and then they withdraw after the vote has been taken, eliminates
Please, don't use words that are hurting the member of the parliament. Please,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
please.
I take your word. But the technical process, there is no point in talking about gender equity when there's no female representation at the point of the election. That's the moral question that the African Union and this parliament must confront. Third, the electoral process in the regions, not any particular one, but in the regions, is conducted by MPs who are stakeholders in the outcome. So I'm going to recommend to the African Union that there should be a technical team that comes to the parliament and actually conducts the committee work in terms of the election process so that individual MPs who are candidates or who have a stake in that process are not managing the process. Finally, and here I conclude, rules only mean something when they are okay. If we obey the rules we set for ourselves, then it becomes rules for everyone. But when rules become flexible enough that we can manage them as the conditions permit and your interest permits, then that creates the crisis that not only we have in this parliament, but we have in the union in Addis Ababa itself. And so to the African people who are listening to this, is to tell them that the process that we have gone through here, in several ways, not across the board, but in several ways, is substandard. And it's not worth the dignity of the African people that, in fact, we cannot honor the rules that we have set for ourselves. So it's a scar on the African body politics that we have conducted this process the way we have done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament, for your contribution. Now let me give the floor to Angola, followed by Gambia. Excuse me. Using inappropriate words or hurtful words, I know you won't do it, but it's just a reminder for all of us. Let's keep on, having a very democratic and civilized debate on this issue. Please.
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I would first like to thank you for the opportunity just to take the floor. As I said, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity given to us to take the floor. Because, Mr. Chairperson, I raise for two reasons. The ad hoc committee mentioned Angola twice. Firstly, it speaks of a letter of withdrawal of Angola's candidature. Angola at no moment addressed a letter of withdrawal. So Angola has no intention of withdrawing its candidate. This having been mentioned in the report shows to us that somebody must have misrepresented Angola's wishes. That withdrawal does not exist on the part of Angola. So I thank you for this opportunity to reply. Because yesterday many delegations phoned us saying that they had received calls that Angola had withdrawn its candidature. I don't know the intention of this having been mentioned in the ad hoc committee. So it would be the right thing to do that the Parliament investigates this to find out who took this initiative. The second issue email for candidature as to the candidature, and that's the form that we completed with the name of our candidate. Later, we were informed that this was the wrong form and we should have submitted a yellow one. What we think is that the color of the form is irrelevant. What is important is the name of the candidate therein and the information and the context therein. It seems to me illogical. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity.
Merci pour la contribution de l'angle.
I want to emphasize that the guidelines that was issued to us, 19 and 20, they all mention the word shall. That each, the Western Caucasus, Eastern Caucasus, Central and Southern Caucasus, shall each present 2 candidates for the allocated positions of vice presidents as follows. And if you go to 20, it's also saying these caucuses shall ensure equal representation of men and women.
I am told that the translation is not functional. French. There is no French.
There is no French.
Est-ce que la traduction française Honorable Member of Parliament, now we have the translation. You can proceed. You can
Okay.
finish your.
Oh, then I have to start because translation was not well. Yes, Honorable Chair, I was saying that Rule 19 of these guidelines has told us that the Eastern, Western, Central, and Southern Caucasus regions shall each present 2 candidates for the allocated positions of vice presidents as follows. And if you go to Rule 20, saying they shall ensure equal representation of men and women. Now, the question is if they present, they nominate 2, a man and a woman, and before the elections proper and those people withdraw, that is making a mockery of the situation, especially a mockery of our women participation in this election. Now, Honorable Chair, I believe that there should be a channel of communication. The ad hoc committee could open a channel of communication where members will do the vetting. There must be a vetting period where members will be able to send complaints to the committee, and the committee must sit over those complaints and redress them. But I don't think that they have done that. Honorable Chair, also, I want to say that the issue of rotation is raised. I think the committee should promptly meet and redress the situation. We are thinking of tomorrow. If we set wrong precedents today, it means that wrong precedents will continue to haunt us, and we should not allow that. It is a wrong precedent for a region not to rotate their nominees. So I believe that what we need to do on the board chair is to actually create a situation where we will have a vetting and we will ensure that the law is adhered to. On that note, I thank you.
Thank you, Gambia. Now, honorable members of Parliament, I still see three flags and also motion. I will give the floor to the 3 countries asking for the floor and the motion from Cameroon. And then we will give the floor again to the ad hoc committee and to legal counsel, and we will proceed for the election. So, in this order, Namibia, Ghana, Kenya.
Good morning, fellow Africans. Good morning, fellow Africans. Our destiny is in our hands, and the only way we can safeguard is to solve the problem. And the only way you can solve the problem is not by applying the same kind of knowledge and thinking that has caused the problem. This is emanating from the AU headquarters, because here we could not adhere to the principles of rotation, both regionally and in member states. That's why there is a directives that is given us. Now I raise this, supplementing what my honorable brother said from Gambia. And I want to say that the rapporteur, when he reported, issued two principal matters that is for concern for me. He said the matter of rotation was addressed before we went into caucuses. So it's a principal issue that we need to take stock that the issue was there and we failed to overlook it one way or another. Find a better expression for English. So it's not as if we are bringing this as a matter of stalling the election, but we are saying the only way we can solve a problem is to remain true to the rules that we have applied for. Now let me read the rules. Unfortunately, I don't have the ones that my brother was saying, but I have the ones that says guidelines for elections of the Bureau of the 7th Parliament, 28 to 30 April, Midrand, South Africa. And it says, Rule 15, nominations. For the nomination of the president, a region may present one candidate, the president. And for the nomination of the vice president, each region shall present two candidates, ensuring equal representation of men and women. Two. It also went further. 5. A candidate may withdraw his or a candidate at any time before the elections, and the clerk shall, upon receipt of a written notification, announce the withdrawal. That does not nullify the provision and the letter and spirit of two candidates to be presented to the plenary. Why am I saying that? When you read at Rule 9, in a general election that we are looking at, where all candidates elected as vice presidents are of the same gender, the candidate of the opposite gender with the highest number of votes shall replace the winner from that region. Not from the regions that were submitted, but from that region. The literal interpretation of this means every caucus must have two regions. This plenary must be given two regions. If two candidates. If the winner of all is male, then the highest ranked female must come in for the consideration of gender, not of those that were submitted. And that's why when you interpret these rules, we need conformity of the rules that every caucus must have two candidates, both male and female. It's not about personality, my elders. It's about the principles. And for long, we've suppressed on rules for the sake of, I don't know, we owe it to the flag bearers that has liberated this country to start to live by the rules in terms of simplicity. We don't need a lawyer. We don't need whatever. What we need is the letter and the spirit of the intentions of these rules that provide guidance. So, honorable members, I so submit, in terms of if there is no candidate that confirms to male and female, that then we are breaching the rules. I so submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. Next is Namibia, I think. No? Ghana? Okay, Ghana.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to make my voice heard this matter. Mr. Chair, I don't want to bore the House with regurgitating the rules read by Brother Booker. We cannot give birth to a baby and eat the baby up. We cannot insist that in consonance with affirmative action, that this house, this parliament, that this continent is pursuing with alacrity and every commitment, that women be given fair and equal opportunity. In the books, then in practice, we take them out. We amount to defeating the essence, the intent of the framers of the Mr. Chairman, the guidelines are a derivative of the rules. That is why it's a replica of what the rules provide. It is mandatory. It's only in respect of the presidency that it is discretionary. Even then, other members of the caucus have the mandate or the liberty or the right to submit a nomination if they so desire. But in respect of the caucuses, it's so mandatory that we cannot use any other processes to deviate from it. Otherwise, the danger we face today, if we proceed, none of the women that we put forward may be elected. None. That's the danger we face. And when that happens, the whole process would have been called to question. Because the affirmative action agenda is totally defeated just by design. Just by design. So we must be extremely careful that we do not deviate from the terms of what the rule says. First of all, in 51, the modifier in that provision is that it shall ensure, with your permission, if I may read, ensuring equal representation of men and women. The design we have now is not ensuring equal representation of men and women. And I insist that the danger is that at the end of the elections, we may not have any female sitting with the president as first, vice, second, third, and fourth. That's the danger we have. And so we may have to ask the annual committee to perhaps reopen the process, to reinstate those who have perhaps withdrawn their nominations to be reinstated for purposes of giving true effect to Article 51 of our rules. I so submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Kenya will be followed by Zambia.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Senator Dr. Danson Gatana from the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Chairman, I have been in this parliament for some time now, and I wanted to make 2 points very quickly. The first one, Mr. Chairman, is to recall the history when we came here in 2023-2022. This parliament, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, was not in a very good shape. Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, we were informed of the immediate past history when elections similar to this brought a lot of disharmony within the body politic of this parliament. And at some point, Mr. Speaker, we were actually suspended. So I start by appealing that this day we will not go back to that dark history. Under whatever circumstance, we must reclaim the dignity of this house, and there are enough of us here who believe that today, like the president of this meeting, the chair of this meeting has said, we are enough of us who want this house to be in order. We want to elect president, we want to elect our vice presidents, and I would appeal to colleagues that we take that opportunity to finish and get order into this Pan-African Parliament. The second and final point I wanted to make is that we have raised several legal issues. I raised an issue yesterday on the question of rotation. And I'm a lawyer, Mr. Speaker, and I had the opportunity to listen to legal counsel and the interpretation that Professor gave. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chair, the thing is, according to the rules and how we have seen these things so far in the many years we've been here, the authority for interpretation of our constitution or constitutive act, our guidelines, our rules and regulations is the legal counsel. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, if the legal counsel has given us direction, we may not agree, all of us, with the interpretation, but I want to urge colleagues. I'm a doctor. He's a professor. There is ranking in it.
In the plenary, because when you are voted in the plenary, you will not accuse your brother for not voting for you. I haven't listened to this report was not well made because it's taking us back. We need to move forward, and as we move forward, we need to correct the errors we get here from here and there. We want a united Africa. We are not here to divide ourselves and quarrel uselessly. I think to me, this report was not really it, but we need to move forward. There will be times when you really need to settle post-electoral issues before you move to post-electoral conflict. Thank you, Cameroon. Before all these proposals and other things, other persons disperse, we need to give the floor to the ad hoc committee and then the legal advisor. The ad hoc committee should give answers to some of these concerns raised.
Thank you very much, Chair. Our chairperson, hope you allow that. I'll begin by, Honorable Roger, you've gone. Very unfortunate, but I wanted to begin with Honorable Roger's comments about the report. It's not happy. The report is not perfect. We agree. Maybe the report is not perfect, but we sat yesterday, a whole day, and we had a whole day to sit, discuss, and present what we presented. So it may not be that perfect, given the timeline. He was also offended. My congratulations to the nominees. I agree if he feels offended. If anyone is offended for me having congratulated the nominees, I withdraw my congratulations. If anybody is offended, but I come from East Africa, where we talk with courtesy, where we always try East Africa to speak humbly, and so I may be forgiven for that. Chair, we got a comment from Honorable Costa. Honorable Costa, I respect him so much, but I don't think any part of our report mentioned Angola for withdrawal. None of our report, neither from my comments nor anywhere, mentioned Angola for withdrawal. So, Honorable Costa, I think that was a missed hearing. We mentioned the Honorable Francesca on the matter of the nomination form. which was not tallying the rest of the nomination. Yes, we agree. The clerk informed us it is their mistake. They sent the nomination form with the application form, and neither the candidate had a problem. The candidate had no problem with that. That's why we said, let us request the candidate, because for purposes of memory, you can't have 4 candidates filling Form A and you have another candidate filling Form B. So we said it is proper we call this candidate and the people that recommended her to ensure that the right form is filled, so that after 5 years or 10 years, nobody questions the same. And I want to appreciate the candidate. The candidate came and he did as we requested. Thank you so much on that. The issue of color, Honorable Costa, we never discussed that. It was just this is Form A, the other one, what you filled, is Form B. So it wasn't about color, because most of the nominations we received them in the committee as photocopies, not it had no any color. So kindly, whether what the original form you received it had to be another color, for us it was not an issue. The issue was Form A versus Form B. On the issue of withdrawal, if you had our presentation, it was a big issue, especially from our chairperson of the committee. She insisted that I think this is wrong, to have members nominated by the caucus and these members withdraw. And she said denies caucus's chances to be fully represented. But hey, Rule 15.5 gives these candidates the right. Even now, a candidate can come up and say, hey, I am withdrawing. What do? You stop the election and ask caucuses to go again. So we are tied by that. Now, if the new bureau finds it unwanted, probably what needs to be changed is that rule that gives opportunity for members that have been nominated to withdraw. We may not have, as an ad hoc committee, we couldn't do much about it. There is a full rule in our rules of procedure and also provided for in the guideline. So nothing much we could do about that, and we hope those that want us to reconsider that, I doubt whether we may do much. Maybe the legal counsel can advise. We agree with, I just missed to note the candidate, the person, the MP that highlighted the need for members of this parliament who are aggrieved in the caucuses to come through to the committee. I think really that is very, very important. We noted it in the ad hoc committee that assuming a member is aggrieved. But I want to tell you, this is an extraordinary meeting. The ad hoc committee, as provided for in the rules of procedure, is supposed to be conducting the elections. This ad hoc committee seated before you here is to assist the chairperson to conduct this election. So I really want to thank translation. It's okay now. So this committee kindly bear with us. This is an extraordinary session, but we recommended that going forward, there must be a tribunal that hears people's grievances from the caucuses. We agree, totally agree on that. Professor from East Africa, I do respect you because I represent East Africa. You're misrepresenting us here. Mr. Chairman, allow me to mention this. When we met as East Africa, Professor was discomforted with was it the chair? Was it the microphone? And Professor moved out of where we were. How we wish that wisdom she stayed back and advised us as a caucus that probably these things need to be done like this. So, Professor, I'm pleading with you. We want to learn from you. We want to pick a lot from you. Next time, don't move out of the room. You moved out, and even when we wanted to discuss what we wanted to discuss.
That's inappropriate. Absolutely inappropriate.
I'm giving a response to what you say, and I'm just pleading that to represent the East African caucus as immoral.
But it has nothing to do with my discomfort in the meeting.
Please, no debate. Let him finish his
to represent
intervention.
East African caucus, that what happened in East African caucus was immoral. I find it inappropriate also to have represented us as East Africa, where East Africa we met, we agreed, and we did with consensus. And consensus is allowed in democracy, where people agree that let us agree, this country represents us here, let us do this. So Professor, I just find it unfortunate that you're representing us as immoral, yet what we did was for the benefit and the happiness of most of the members in the East African caucus. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, maybe at the risk of being repetitive, let me say that we went into this engagement without any premeditated mind. We have been very passionate about the success and ultimate victory for all of us. We never set out to further break our ranks. Probably, as a human institution, we don't have to necessarily defend all action. I concede that with the benefit of hindsight, a few actions could have been done better. But it was not an intentional effort to further divide us. Let me not bore you well, but just to make 2 points. The first one has to do with the rules, provision 15 sub-clause 5. That gives nominees the opportunity to retract or withdraw nomination. That is not in contention. However, if a nominee withdraws, what is the consequence? What do we do as an ad hoc committee? Did we have the right to inform the relevant caucus to submit a replacement? There was no clarity in the guideline. And so it was subjected to our discretion. And we could not exercise that discretion because if you look at our rules and the guiding principles, we as an ad hoc committee are supposed to assist the legal counsel. We don't have that mandate. We are supposed to assist the legal counsel, and the legal counsel is described as the electoral officer. So it's interesting, but I recall 3 years ago what happened when same process had to be prosecuted amidst all the challenges we went through, and I've heard colleagues make reference to what we've gone through and the torturous path we've trod. And so we were informed by precedent. So in the case, relative to the case of the Northern Caucasus, we had a lengthy debate after we received all the applications and petitions. We were fair. We looked at the rules, we looked at decisions, and we looked at precedent. And clearly, the decision relative to the Northern Caucasus I think you should give us the benefit of the doubt. I don't think this caucus has aired, especially relative to the Northern Caucus. But the question of gender and the clear provision in the guiding principle that every caucus should submit a male and a female. That for me is a begging question for the House and also probably a guidance from the legal council for us to learn from going into the future. But on behalf of the chairperson and members, I don't think that ab initio we had any interest in this election apart from ensuring that at the end of the day, African Union of the party. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair of the other committee, and I also thank the other members of the committee representing 5 regions. I would like to give the floor to Professor Hajar so that she can also, give us her insights on a number of issues that have been raised. Please, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, all protocol to be observed. I have listened with rapt attention to your remarks, your questions, and our recommendations. And from a legal standpoint, the 2 questions for which the legal counsel is supposed to bring clarification have to do with the candidacy of the position of president and the application of the principle of gender balance with regard to the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament. But before that, I would like Your Excellencies to remind us of 3 essential points. The first point is the clear term of office or the job description that was given to the legal counsel and her team to outline guidelines for this extraordinary session of the Pan-African Parliament for the elections of the Bureau. And it is on the basis of the decision of the Executive Council on the 27th of March 2026. I would also like to remind us that the Legal Council of the African Union is not the Legal Council of the African Union Commission. She is also the Legal Council of the African Union and all its organs. It is therefore not strange that the Pan-African Parliament has to request for legal counsel. Consequently, every request for the enforcement of rules come up to the legal counsel. The second point, with regard to the legal guidelines or framework, if you remember what I said during the presentation 2 days ago of the guidelines, I focused on the fact that the legal framework of these elections is not only the rules of procedure. We consider the rules of procedure because they have a number of contradictory aspects. They have a number of unclear areas. That is why the Executive Council gave the task to the Legal Council to work with the PAP Secretariat so as to be able to bring the appropriate corrections on the work which has been done for the past 2 years. And I don't know whether the members of the Pan-African Parliament are aware of the work that has been done. In any case, I said, Mr. Chair, since the opening session, we have work to be done and we have to amend these guidelines. And I said that the legal framework is not only the rules of procedure, but the Constitutive Act of the African Union, the protocol instituting the Pan-African Parliament, the 2004 rules of procedure as amended in 2011, where all the decisions of the statutory organs, be it the conference and the Executive Council, with regard to PAP and with regard to the principles, the values of the African Union, including rotation and balance. That said, these are the general remarks,
I'll get to the two legal issues which were raised. And these are the questions on which the legal counsel focused during the opening session to bring clarification on the guidelines, and this to express the work which was done with the ad hoc committee for a whole day, that is yesterday morning till evening, to look at the gray areas. Let me remind us that the council, as endorsed by the ad hoc committee, with regard to the candidacy for the position of president, it is determined by Article 15 sub 1 of the rules of procedure. But for the fact that we need to be able to distinguish between the nomination process and the validity or the admissibility of the candidate, with regard to the first stage, that is the process of nominating the candidate, we mentioned that it is an internal issue. It pertains to the caucus, and the legal counsel nor the ad hoc committee have a right to influence that, and the committee members agree. With regards to the candidacy, we have rules, and the rules stipulate that the region, the northern region, is supposed to produce one candidate, and we did a clear interpretation of this section 1 as Article 15 sub 1, and we are enforcing rotation now, knowing that it is this or that region that is supposed to take the position of president. For now, it is the northern position. It is the northern region. This implies that it is not because of the number that we are working. So we have three extremely clear paragraphs of the guidelines, which I'm going to summarize here. That is paragraph 22, which states that the candidacies of any eligible candidate will be presented by a regional caucus. Consequently, after being consulted, the legal counsel gave their opinion and submitted to the ad hoc committee to state that this candidacy was not regular, and be it on the form or on the content, the ad hoc committee therefore has the responsibility. It is not the responsibility of the legal counsel, but it is the responsibility of the ad hoc committee. And they saw, as a result of a consensus and unanimously, that candidacy was not admissible. On the second point, which is very important, for which we discussed at length to come up with all the possible scenarios to be able to respect gender balance, the ideal scenario was to have 3 women in the bureau, or 2 men, or two women, 3 men. The rule here is paragraph 1 of Article 15, which states that for the positions of vice president, each region needs to have 1 female and 1 male candidate. And the spirit here is to be able to ensure gender balance in the composition of the bureau. But here we need to be able to distinguish between 2 actions. The first being the candidacy in itself, that is. The second, withdrawing this candidacy when there is a need. The nomination of the candidates for the position of vice president was done in alignment with the rules, specifically of paragraph 21 and paragraph 22. That's with regard to the eligibility, and the ad hoc committee mentioned in its report, like it was summarized before you, that we received candidacies, female and male candidacies for each region. So with regard to the nomination process, that was in compliance with the rules. With regard to the rules of procedure, there's an article which gives a right, an individual right, to the candidate to withdraw whenever he or she desires. I'm going to remind us here that was done by parliamentarians, and that is paragraph 5 of Article 15, and it states that a candidate may withdraw their candidacy at any time. before the elections take place, and the clerk, once the notification is received, would communicate on it. This is what was done for 2 regions. So we saw the withdrawal of 2 candidates. Can we rule on that? Can we respect? The final objective is to ensure gender balance. My response was the guidelines have been given, and it is 16, Article 16, which states that during a general election, after which all candidates for the position of the vice president are of the same sex. The one who is of opposite sex will take the lead. Why this Article 16? Why does it give this safeguard? It is because for us to be able to ensure this balance in the Bureau, and that's the reason why in the guidelines which we drafted, which are similar to the guidelines of 2022 and 2024, which have never been contested, it is stated that at least 2 members of the Bureau should be females, whereas, and consequently, gender is there, the rules are there, the solutions are there. After going through the elections of vice president, we would be able to see whether the ideal scenario has been respected. That means we have 2 women and 2 men. That implies that we'll wait for all the results and be able to ensure that all the aspects concerning the vote and the required number are respected. Otherwise, we would have enforced the law or the rule which is before you. If we don't get this balance, we will be able to declare the post vacant and would ask people to postulate or to put in their candidacies. I hope that these clarifications were given on the basis of what was done following the work of the ad hoc committee, and you listen to the report of the ad hoc committee, which was done in all neutrality and impartiality without any form of interference, while respecting the spirit of the text. And the legal counsel who was there with her team to give their opinion at every point in time with regard to the legal framework in its extensive form, like I have just done. The chair said we wouldn't have any debate, and I think we have provided the appropriate clarification so that we can make progress and cause these elections to be run smoothly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam the Legal Counsel. Honorable members of Parliament, we have listened to the countries which came up with preliminary objections or issues on the rules of procedure. We've also listened to political stances that were highlighted. We've also listened to procedural issues within the ad hoc committee, and we've also listened to the legal counsel, that is with regard to clarifications on the points that were raised. I think we should be able to show proof of maturity and responsibility by making progress. That's why, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like you to remember that Africa has her eyes on us. The peoples of our countries are looking at us. We permitted the media men and women to get in so as to be able to observe the transparency of these elections. I can assure you that I fully agree with what you're doing or what you said on the shortcomings of our rules of procedures on our text. I also agree with you on the contradictory aspects that exist, but we should remember that these instruments would have to be amended, and we would focus on this task. The Commission, like this, the Bureau would work on this, because most of the problems or the issues that are raised here during this sitting are or stem from the fact that the instruments are not have not been taken ownership of from this point of order enforcement and enforcement. So, dear colleagues, I would like us at this point in time to please move to the point on the procedures and the modalities of elections. So I would like the legal counsel to please come and give us the guidelines for the elections.
Your Excellency, you promised to give me the floor and I'm waiting. Now you call in the legal counsel. I want to rise on a point of order. Your Excellency, I want to make my contribution because you promised me to give me the floor.
Who is speaking?
Yes, I'm from the Gambia. I'm from the Gambia. You promised me to give me the floor. Give me 1 minute, please.
I will give you, but this is the end, the last one
Yes,
who will
yes,
speak,
yes.
and then the modalities
No problem. No problem.
will be read by
No problem.
the
Thank you.
legal counsel. Please, 1 minute.
1 minute.
Excellency, I also want the floor, please.
Yes.
Excellency,
Your Excellency,
I need to speak too.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. You are here to regulate, and this is the Parliament. Parliament is the supreme body. Anywhere you go, the decisions that we are going to make, that decisions should reflect the interests of this continent and this Parliament. And we have a rule which says is mandatory. We cannot allow this Parliament to go to election when other caucuses, they don't have a women representation. There's an insult to this Parliament. There's an insult to the women of Africa. How can we allow this election to go without the other continent, other caucuses putting up a woman? We cannot accept that.
Thank you, Madame la conseillère juridique, vous avez la parole.
Madam Legal Counsel, over to you. Thank you once again for giving me the floor. We would now like to talk about the election modalities. For the election of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, I confirm. After listening to the report of the ad hoc committee that we have received a single candidacy to the post of President of the Pan-African Parliament as tabled by the Northern Regional Caucus, and it is the candidacy of Honorable Faita Otbek from Algeria. I would like to inform the August Chamber that no candidacy withdrawals for the presidency of PAP have been received so far, pursuant to provisions of Section 15, Sub 5 of the Rules of Procedure. I would now like Your Excellencies to invite the President of the Commission to invite Honorable Faita Otbek to present in 5 minutes his motivations and the program he has for us before the election exercise begins.
S'il vous plaît, Monsieur le
Honorable candidate from North Africa to the presidency of the August Pan-African Parliament, kindly take the floor to present your program to the House.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي السيد محمود علي يوسف رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي، الموقرون رئيس وأعضاء اللجنة العليا،
The chairperson of the African Union Commission, members of the Pan-African Parliament. Can you hear interpretation in French and English? In the name of God, merciful and faithful, Mr. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, chairperson of the African Union Commission, members of the ad hoc committee for the presidency of the Pan-African Parliament, all representatives of the African Union, clerk, former presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, ambassadors, the legal counsel of the African Union and team, the Legal Council of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, members of the Pan-African Parliament, may the peace of God be upon you all. Today, I stand before you not as a candidate to the presidency of this parliament, but I respectfully stand here as somebody who believes that the time for a Pan-African Parliament that is strong with good ambitions and decisions to make long-lasting decisions is now. I am Senator and member of the Parliament of Algeria. I am an expert in issues of reconciliation recognized internationally, and my job is a lawyer, a member of parliament, and I am here in the Pan-African Parliament today. I have been here for 4 years, and I am honored to head committees twice. I have a friend from Ghana who was a member of the ad hoc committee when I presided once. We worked enormously together, and in 2021 and in 2024, and I am very conversant with the scope of challenges and aspirations that you have. And today I would say, when I present my CV to you with all this information, I would like to ask you a question. What can we do together? What can we accomplish together during my stewardship? What shall be the state of our parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, if we do not engage in good actions and if we do not become more responsible? In all truth, I would like to say we have a lot of mechanisms in place, but our impact is less than what Africa deserves. My brothers and sisters, members of the Pan-African Parliament, Africa today is experiencing a lot of challenges. Africa is facing challenges, like I said, but Africa equally has a lot of opportunities. So, are we able to take advantage of all of what we have and make things change in our favor? Can we take this continent forward? I decided to vie for presidency because I have this desire. I am a truthful person, and I have hope and confidence in Africa. I have a clear-cut program, and I wish to make everything possible to ensure that the Pan-African Parliament arrives at clear-cut decisions, unambiguous decisions, that we stay clear of all forms of divergences which can lead us to poor decision-making. We could never manage the Pan-African Parliament without sound decisions. Because our people deserve a more active parliament. Our people need an active parliament which engages in lasting partnerships with the African Union Commission, partnerships which are mindful of international cooperation. And you listen to the chairperson of the African Union Commission in what he said. We must not be in contradiction with what he says. We should not let divisions become rife on our continent. We're expected to produce results and work in a spirit of transparency and good governance. We need to embed good governance in the Pan-African Parliament and take it forward. And this work requires the confidence of all, and confidence can only be built and acquired. Ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't make promises here. I am a man of action, and I hope to change this parliament, and I am certain that I am not a candidate to stand for the ideals of a country or for a region. I am a candidate for all of Africa and to take Africa forward. Africa, in which our founding members had a lot of trust and confidence. the martyrs of this continent, Mandela, Madiba, like South Africans call him, Kwame Nkrumah, Omar Mokhtar, Habib Bourguiba, Amaseko Touré, Julius Muradi Obasanjo, many others. Apologies for not mentioning the heroes from other countries and those who transformed dream into reality. I would like to say 4 things before I close. We need to arrive at sound decision making. We need to reorganize the Pan-African Parliament and cooperate more with the African Union and strengthen the role of the Pan-African Parliament in decision making to ensure that our decisions are far-reaching and meet the aspirations of our people. We need to engage in partnerships and cooperation with other organs of the African Union, and not only that, but to work for the promotion of good governance and transparency within the Pan-African Parliament and allow our people to have more confidence in us. My dear brothers and sisters, I take the floor before you today, and I would like to reach out to your feelings and say, my candidacy is backed by experience, and my experience here as a chairperson here for 4 years, I understand that I have a sound understanding of the ins and outs of this house, and I know exactly what needs to be changed, and I am a good team player, and I want to stay clear of any forms of division. I shall be a president who works with everyone and for everyone, and with a sense of responsibility towards our continent. Africa today doesn't need a voice, it needs a strong institution, an institution which is active and which is able to do what we want to accomplish together. My presence, or my stewardship shall be one of unity and cooperation, one which aims at improvement and open to all in a sense of equality with love, fidelity, fraternity, and cooperation. And hard work. So you only have my dear brothers and sisters, dear colleagues, Africa has a lot of aspirations. We have able men and women who can bring about such change. We need to be bold. We need to make very strong decisions as a Pan-African Parliament to carry our institution forward. We need to come up with far-reaching decisions, moving from rhetoric into action. Today, if you bestow your confidence on me, I promise that I would live up to expectations with all transparency, respect, and integrity. We are all together aiming at managing the parliament and changing the state of affairs around here, give it a new vision, and address the challenges of Africa. Long live a united and strong Africa.
May I not, Shukran, may I now call the Honorable Ashabir Gayo to come and take the floor? Is that no? No, no? Okay, okay.
Excellences.
After that, okay.
Oui, dans les élections du... So we are still dealing with the election of the president. So, Your Excellencies, members of the Pan-African Parliament, representatives of the people of Africa, are now going to explain the voting procedure for the election of the president of the Pan-African Parliament. The members of Parliament that you are expected to present their access cards to Parliament, mentioning their capacity as members of Parliament so they could be allowed to vote. Members of Parliament shall sign a register in their name, and they shall receive a ballot paper against signature, and on this ballot paper the name of the candidate will be printed out. To vote for a candidate, the member of Parliament is expected to tick or mark an X in the corresponding box before the name of the candidate on the ballot paper. If you would like to abstain, kindly leave the ballot paper without any writing. Keep it blank. Any other writing on the ballot paper shall consider the ballot paper as being null and void. We have polling stations which have been set up for the exercise to enable people vote in confidentiality and in secret. The members of parliament are expected to go to the polling stations without their telephones. We have a transparent ballot box. Members of parliament shall drop their ballot paper in the ballot box, and as you would have noticed, we need to see it being transparent and empty at the start of the exercise. Kindly show us the ballot box which is empty and transparent, please. After voting, the Bureau of the Legal Counsel's office shall count the ballot papers under the observation of the ad hoc committee here present. So this is the ballot box. You can see it is transparent and empty. We are now going to begin with the first round of the exercise. Can we have some assistance here to proceed with the election of the President of the Pan-African Parliament? Thank you.
Je répète, on m'avait demandé.
I repeat, people had sought to have more clarifications with regard to the voting exercise. To vote for your candidate, members of parliament should either mark an X or a tick on the ballot paper. Any other writing on the ballot paper shall annul the ballot paper. In the event of abstention, kindly leave the ballot paper blank. Thank you.
Honorable members will be called in alphabetical order of their countries.
I think we are ready, Madame the Clerk. Please, if we can proceed. Thank you.
The first delegation to be called is delegation from Algeria. The next delegation that should come forward now is Angola. Next delegation, Botswana. Next delegation, Cabo Verde. Apologies, we go back to Burundi. Next delegation, Cameroon. Central African Republic. please. Pomoros can start coming forward. Congo can come forward. Cote d'Ivoire. Delegation from Cote d'Ivoire. Democratic Republic of Congo, next. Djibouti. Delegation from Egypt. Delegation from Equatorial Guinea. Eswatini. Delegation from Ethiopia. Delegation from Ethiopia. Delegation from Gabon. Gabon, please. Gabon, followed by the Gambia. The Gambia. Ghana. So it's the Gambia and then Ghana. Kenya can come forward.
La délégation de Lesotho,
Delegation from Lesotho.
Lesotho, la délégation de Libéria se prépare.
Liberia, could you get ready, please? Liberia.
La délégation de la Libye, Libya,
Libya, please.
Libya delegation, please. Libya delegation. Madagascar. Madagascar, délégation de Madagascar. Pratiquement parti. Délégation suspendue. Je passe au Malawi. Malawi. La délégation du Malawi.
Malawi delegation, please.
J'appelle la délégation du Malawi.
I'm calling the delegation of Malawi, please.
La délégation de la Mauritanie.
Britannia.
Mauritanie. Délégation d'île Maurice.
Mauritius delegation.
Île Maurice. Mauritius.
Mauritius.
La délégation du Maroc.
Morocco.
La délégation du Maroc.
Morocco, please.
La délégation du Maroc. Mozambique. La délégation de Mozambique. La délégation du Maroc. Ensuite, la délégation du Mozambique.
Morocco first and then Mozambique.
La délégation de la Namibie.
Namibia.
Namibia delegation. Namibia delegation. La délégation du Nigeria.
Yes.
Du Nigeria.
Nigeria.
La délégation du Rwanda. Rwanda. La délégation de la République arabe sahraoui.
Sahrawi Republic.
Sahraoui. La délégation du Sénégal. Sénégal. La délégation du Sénégal. Seychelles. La délégation du Seychelles. Seychelles. La délégation de Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone. La délégation de la Somalie. Somalia delegation. Somalia delegation. Somalia delegation. South Africa delegation. South Africa. South Africa delegation. South Sudan. South Sudan delegation. La délégation du Soudan du Sud. La délégation de la Tanzanie. Tanzania delegation. Yes. Because you are very slow. Tanzania delegation. La délégation de la Tunisie. Tunisie. La délégation de la Tunisie. La Tunisie. la délégation de l'Ouganda, Uganda delegation. Uganda delegation. Uganda delegation. Uganda. Uganda delegation. Zambia. Zambia delegation. Please. Zambia delegation. Zimbabwe delegation. Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe delegation. Zimbabwe.
Vos Excellences, nous allons maintenant procéder.
Your Excellencies, we are now going to count the votes before the ad hoc committee. Thank you.
Let's count the ballot papers now, please. OLC, proceed. Excellence, Monsieur le candidat pour la présidence a...
Your Excellency, the candidate for the presidency, do you have an observer you want to send here?
Honorable members, just seeking for your attention. You have seen the earlier process. We went through the process of picking the ballots, and we have put them here, and we have separated them from votes for the president, votes against, and those that are spoiled. And and abstainers, they are here. Now we are going to start counting bundle by bundle so that we know. Kindly start with this one. The spoiled is counting the number of spoiled votes. Kindly count loud. Okay, let me, that's, count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Number of spoiled votes are 14. Now we've gone to votes against. Vote abstention. Abstentions. Absent people who have not put anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. Abstentions are 51. Now, we are now announcing, counting. We are counting ballots for the president. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 49, 50. That's 50. Allow me begin from 1. The next counting. Is it okay? Thank you. Okay. All right. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 78, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 89. Thank you very much. 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, this is A. 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 1.
Vos Excellences, je voudrais annoncer les résultats.
Your Excellencies, I want to announce the results.
Honorable members, there is an observer from Algeria here. She has seen there is one ballot that was written on yes, which does not qualify to be among the votes that, and she has observed it. So where we had 14 spoiled, we shall have 15. Thank you.
Merci, Vos Excellences.
Thank you, Your Excellencies and honorable members of our committee. I now want to announce the results of the first round of elections for the president of this Bureau and the Pan-African Parliament as such. The member as identified as present and voted. President 184. The majority required to be elected is a simple majority of members present and voting. It is 93 votes. The number of votes for Honorable Fred Abubik is 118. The number of abstentions is 51. Null ballot 15. Honorable Fatah Bubik has obtained the majority required. Right now, I want to call on the President to declare him elected President of the Pan-African Parliament. Sincere congratulations.
Quite. Quiet, please. Quiet. Quiet. You will have the time to celebrate. Quiet, please. Honorable membres du Parlement.
Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, I declare Honorable Fatah Ubik elected President of the Pan-African Parliament. Fatah Ubik, I commend him highly on his election. Pursuant to Section 1610 of regulations of the Parliament, 32, 38 of guidelines remind us on the mandate of the Bureau of the Seventh Legislature of the Pan-African Parliament shall be 3 years. After that, there will be rotation. The mandate of 3 years is not given to individual bureau members, but to regions.
Let me start by congratulating the Honorable Fatah Boutbik, the newly elected President of this August Assembly. I am indeed reassured by the level of wisdom and high sense of responsibility you all have demonstrated during the course of this very delicate exercise. I am also aware of the challenges in store for the new president. I just want to tell him that he will not walk alone. You, the honorable members, will certainly support him to fulfill the mission and confidence that you bestowed upon him. We at the African Union Commission will stand by him, coordinate, and work as a team to reach our collective and common goals, the Africa we want, integrated, peaceful, and prosperous. At this point, let me invite the elected President of the Pan-African Parliament to come to the podium. And before taking charge of this chamber, I will request from him to, de faire prester votre serment, to take the oath, as our English-speaking friends said. Je l'invite donc à prêter.
I call on him to take the oath before this August Assembly.
Alhamdulillah. Praise be to God, and no government remains after him in the name of God, most gracious God, I hereby swear, party not to be, I will perform my functions as a member of the Parliament, of the Parliament, and President of it, and I will do my best, my ability, my audible? Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible? Audible? I hereby swear, that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament and President, and to do the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the African people. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union, and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol, the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by established law, and I will promote adherence with the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God, and I so affirm.
Shukran.
Thank you. Now I would request the President, Pan-African Parliament President-elect, to take over his position. The elected President to assume his position.
Just to demonstrate that there is life after chairmanship, we would like to take this picture with the former president of this Pan-African Parliament.
Shukran.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I would like to ask the higher committee to take their place, take their seats so that you can complete the rest of the program.
والآن
Now, I would like to read my speech in my capacity as president of this parliament. Beginning of my rest of my colleagues, members of HAB, to speak on your behalf and to give a word of thanks to the president of the AUC for the effort exerted and for the role the AU is playing on play to make successful the path of the African Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, and to play its role according to what is provided for, and all the organs of the African Union, the AUC, and the Honorable President of the African Union, for all the efforts that they have exerted to make this session successful, and also to thank all the members of the Supreme Committee that oversaw the election of the African Parliament President, and also, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Mr. Yusuf, member, President of the AUC, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, members and representatives of the African countries, and representatives and consultants, the media, everyone, greetings to all of you. I am honored and privileged for me to stand before you today, dear colleagues from across all AU member states, following my election to the presidency of the Pan-African Parliament, bearing the precious trust you have placed in me, which I consider a historic commitment and collective responsibility before being a personal distinction. This election cannot be construed as the victory of an individual, but rather that of a unified Africa will end the African will, and the expression of a deep conviction that our continent, the cradle of the greatest liberation movements, is today capable of achieving the most remarkable renaissance in contemporary history. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather today at a pivotal moment in Africa's history, a moment that calls upon us to revive the authentic spirit of the African struggle, the struggle of those who have affirmed that Africa cannot be free unless it is united, strong and sovereign. We invoke the spirit of Kwame Nkrumah, who proclaimed that African unity is not a dream but a necessity, that of Julius Nyerere, convinced of the indivisibility of African dignity, and that of Nelson Mandela, who taught the world that freedom is taken, not given. We are the heirs of that freedom, wrested at the cost of great sacrifices, and it is incumbent upon us today to preserve it and transform it into development, just as prosperity. We also invoke the spirit of Hawari Boumediene, who made Algeria a mecca for revolutionaries and the voice of oppressed people. Today, it is no longer a matter of repeating their words, but of translating their recommendations into policies, of turning the dreams into clearly defined plans and measurable, accountable commitments. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is not merely a geographical space, it is the memory of humanity, the cradle of civilizations, and the land where everything began, from the Nile Valley to the Timbuktu, from Carthage to Aksou, from near Zimbabwe to the kingdom of the Sahel. Africa has always contributed to shaping world history. As the leader Kwame Nkrumah once said, Africa must unite. This is not a mere slogan, but a forward-looking vision awaiting full realization. Our continent has long suffered the scourge of colonialism and exploitation, yet it has never bowed. It has resisted, preserved, and wrested its freedom through the sacrifice of its sons and daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now experiencing a decisive phase in Africa's history
After the era of political liberation, the challenges of socio-economic liberation now lie before us. The question is no longer whether we are free, but how we become powerful. How do we build independent economies, equitable societies, and systems of good governance? The challenges facing our continent are numerous and interrelated, including poverty, unemployment, and armed conflicts, climate change, and economic dependency. Yet, these challenges are not inevitable. They constitute a call for collective action, a driver of innovation, and an opportunity to reshape our future with our own hands. As Julius Nyerere said, without unity, Africa has no future. Today, more than ever before, it is our responsibility to translate this wisdom into tangible policies, effective institutions, and cross-border cooperation. The path must not be a mere deliberative body, but a platform for unity, bridging between peoples and an instrument that charts the course towards a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, our vision for Africa of tomorrow is of an integrated, united, promising, ambitious continent. An Africa that does not merely export raw material, but creates added value. An Africa that does not merely consume technology, but produces it in Africa. An Africa that does not depend on external solutions, but innovates them itself. We aspire to an Africa without obstacles to movement, without barriers hindering trade, without divisions weakening our collective strength. The FCFTA is not merely an economic agreement, but a civilized project reshaping the contours of our cooperation among our states. African youth, or Africa's youth, who constitute the majority of population, are in its greatest asset. They seek neither assistance nor promises, but real opportunities and empowering policies, investing in education, innovation, and entrepreneurship remains pathways to stronghold and strong Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, African women have always been at the heart of struggles, and they are now at the heart of development. A strong Africa cannot be built without empowering its women and their full participation in political and economic, social, and economic life. Furthermore, peace and security remain sine qua non conditions for any progress. Development cannot flourish in a context of conflict. It is therefore our duty to prioritize dialogue in resolving our differences, to strengthen prevention mechanisms. Africa's Agenda 2063, as envisioned by the African Union, is not merely a strategic document, but an integrated part that of a prosperous, integrated Africa whose destiny is in the hands of its people, supported by the continent's resources. In this regard, we affirm our commitment to bringing this vision to a fruition through 3 stages. First stage, consolidation, acceleration, completion of the constitutional reform of the African Parliament and its modalities, implementation of Morocco Protocol, and the granting of full legislative powers, supporting the FCFTA and assistance to AU organs and member states, launching of an African Parliament digital platform to strengthen unity, transparency, and communication. The second stage, deep integration. Here, we concentrate on gradual harmonization, economic policies, visions, and collective awareness. Development of infrastructure and networks for cross-border energy action to achieve food and industrial sovereignty that commensurates with the continuous seizing stranding. And then the third one is the global leadership, means positioning the Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, as a piece of responsibility on all matters serving the African continent with a view to achieving its prosperity and establishing as a global economic hub, assertion of functional and technological sovereignty, the expression of a unified African voice as a cohesive face, a cohesive voice for the face of the challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, there can no longer be talking about Africa without particularly paying particular attention to the North Africa and true civilization and strategic bridge between the countries and its Mediterranean and global dimensions. The countries of North Africa, particularly Algeria, possess potential and resources that make them a genuine locomotive of continental integration. Algeria, under the leadership of the President of the Republic, Abdelmajid Tebboune, plays a central role in promoting peace, development, and integration, as well as in advancing African solutions to African problems. This role is not circumstantial, but rather a continuation of a long history of struggle and unwavering commitment to the cause of liberation and unity. Dear colleagues, members of the African Parliament, the challenges we face, such as conflicts, development disparities, and economic pressure, require a renewed African consciousness, a consciousness that recognizes that vision is a weakness, and unity is a strength, and that future is not awaited but built. We undertake to build a collective action rather than negative competition. Make young people true decision makers rather than mere beneficiaries. Elevate women to full partners in leadership and development. The Pan-African Parliament must necessarily evolve from a platform for deliberations into a drive of action, reflection, and affirming of the African spirit, commensurating with the achievements we have made and the ambitions of reforms to which we aspire in all fields. We must transform from a space of discourse into an effective instrument of change. To this end, we will endeavor to make the conscience of African peoples their strong and united voice on the global stage, a genuine force for proposal and legislation. We will also strive to keep parliamentary diplomacy as a bridge for dialogue. Will ensure by making full use of the progressive conferred upon the African Parliament by the AU Constitutive Act and relevant documents in accordance with the objectives and principles that guide us. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is not a poor continent, but an impoverished one. It is not weak, but weak. The time has come to reclaim the initiative and write a new chapter in our history under the banner of dignity, unity, and prosperity. In my capacity as President of this Parliament, I commit before you to working tirelessly to strengthen the role of this institution and bringing it closer to the citizens. The path will be easy, but we move forward, strengthening by the history our peoples and our unwavering will. Our people are with us. As Ahmad Secretary once said, we prefer freedom in poverty to opulence in servitude. Today, we affirm we want freedom in prosperity, dignity, development, and sovereignty in decision-making. Honorable members, history bears witness that nations that do not believe in their potential have no place in a world shaped by strength. Africa is not peripheral. It is central to the future of the world, with its resources, its youth, its position, and its will. We may differ in our languages, but the voice of Africa is one. A voice that says we cannot be dependent and our resources won't be exploited. That Africa has, our slogan is commitment.
نعم، سندافع عن سيادتنا وسندافع عن شعوبنا ونصنع مستقبلنا. صوتكم هو مستقبل افريقيا، فلنجعل من هذه العهده نقطه تحول حقيقيه ومرحله تكتب فيها صفحه جديده من تاريخ افريقيا، صفحه عنوانها الوحده والسياده والنهضه. وانني اقف امامكم اليوم لا بصفتي رئيسا نال ثقتكم فحسب، بل صفتي صوتا من اصوات افريقيا العريقه المكافحه والمناضله، صوت قاره لم تكن يوما على الهامش في التاريخ ولن تكون الا في قلب المستقبل الذي نشهده جميعا. وانني اقف امامكم اليوم لا بصفتي رئيسا
He's never been on the sidelines of history, and he will be in the heart of the future. His presence is part of a huge historic responsibility which I would like to bear proudly, considering that I know the stakes, the challenges that we have before us in a context that is characterized by geopolitical changes, considering the challenges of the African people as well, the aspirations of the African people. I would like to say that Africa is not just a simple geographical error, it is it's a humanitarian need. And I would like to serve you with honor, and I would like to express gratitude. I would like to thank the President of the Republic for his readiness, and he showed his interest in Africa and the need to strengthen solidarity among our countries. He showed through his actions, and not only through his words, that Algeria is the heart of Africa, and you'll be able to uphold the dignity of the continent and the rights of the people. His clear vision is in line with that of major leaders in Africa, as well as his determination and deep faith in the ability of the continent to stand tall. These are not simple slogans, but they have been translated into a full commitment in an Africa which inspires us today, so that we can be able to surmount challenges. I declare that Africa will not be on the sidelines. Africa must have its impact at the international level. Let us believe in Africa as our founding fathers believed. They sacrificed themselves. Africa has to uphold its own destiny. Africa, humanity, Africa, freedom, Africa, the future. It requires our solidarity and our joint vision. Let us look at the future in a joint way and let our objective be a singular one for the future of the peoples of our continent and for a brighter future. I thank you very much for your keen attention. May God bless you.
نستأنف أشغالنا الآن في إدارة أعمال اليوم ونستأنف هذه.
So we are going to proceed with our activities. In a closed session, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, I would now like to refer to section 85 of the rules of procedures of PAP for a closed session. I would like to invite Dr. Sheker Musa, the chairperson of the Provisional Bureau, to read his minutes to us.
والآن ندعو إلى انتخاب نواب رئيس البرلمان الإفريقي.
At this juncture, we would like to invite you all to get ready for the election of the vice president of the PAP pursuant to section 16 of the rules of procedures, and this shall be done under the stewardship of the just recently elected president of the Pan-African Parliament. I would like to invite all representatives from caucuses to take their places so that we proceed with the elections. May the candidates come forward to present their political programs for 3 minutes each before we proceed with the elections. As instructed by the committee in charge of the organization of elections, I would like to invite Dr. Gayo from Ethiopia, representing his caucus, to come forward and present his political program in 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, honorable members,
Bon après-midi, honorable. Bon,
President of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Your Excellency, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate you on your election to the position of Pan-African Parliament. Excellencies, let me also, it will be honor to me to thank the chairperson of African Union Commission and his team, especially the legal counsel, Her Excellency also, Professor, their team, to come across South Africa and to hold this very important election to Pan-African Parliament. It's been expected this election to take place in February 2026. Unfortunately, for different some reasons, it took us long. Excellencies, my name is Dr. Ashaber Gayo. I'm medical doctor by profession. I'm an entrepreneur, field of medicine. Also, I am president of Ethiopian Olympic Committee and also member of African Olympic Committee. Excellencies, let me take this opportunity to thank my caucus, members of my caucus, who unanimously nominated me to this position. May I ask you to give them big hand, Excellencies. Excellencies, I don't need to talk too much. I know what we want in Pan-African Parliament. As one of senior member of Pan-African Parliament, I am here since 2022. Before I was here also for a few years. Excellencies, Pan-African Parliament, we want to have legislative power, like European Parliament, like other parliaments. Africa, we deserve to empower African people, to empower African parliamentarians, to find African solution to African problems, which we are lacking. Today, we have so many conflicts across the continent, across the countries. We Africans, we are importing two things, our raw material and our cheap labor. When we are following that our raw material, when you go to Europe and abroad, they are saying us you are illegal immigrants. But why they are looting our resources? They are legal. Excellencies, we need to have model law to stop all this. Excellencies. Excellencies, Africa, as the President-elect said, see, it's not poor, poor continent. We have everything. But because of bad governance and also as an educated continent, we are victim of all those problems. Excellencies, I know Pan-African Parliament, we want dignified relation with African Union. African Parliament, we are not, I will say, honorable members, we are not respected. Maybe sometimes we have contributed for that. We are part of problem, that maybe some gray areas in our institutions. The way how we handle our financial matters, the way how we run our institutions, the way how we handle to stay in the office, the way, that all that maybe affected us. But above all, we are still representatives of people of Africa. We deserve respect, mutual respect. We respect our PRC, we respect our Executive Council, but at the same time, we need mutual respect. Ambassadors, we respect them. At the same time, ambassadors, maybe they are junior to parliamentarians. But also we need to listen to each other. we need to respect each other. Honorable members, Africa, we have that agenda 2063. It should be in place. Africa should benefit out of it.
Okay.
Excellencies, this election, as a senior parliamentarian, I stood before you to seek for your support. I will serve you. Not only my office, my heart also will be open to you, honorable members. I count on you. Both Gayo, I will not let you down. We'll work together, the African Union, with the BAF, my honorable members. I count on you. I will not let you down.
Second, Honorable Mbu, Gambia. الرجاء 3 دقائق. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Gambian delegation and also on behalf of the West African Caucus to congratulate you for being the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable members, my name is Honorable Alhaji Mbo from the Gambia, that's the smiling coast of Africa. I've been in Parliament since 2017, and I've been serving the people of Africa in this noble institution, the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable members, I am a technology professional who has worked in the banking sector, in the ICT sector, and at the same time, an entrepreneur for the past 25 years, both in the Gambia and the United States of America. Honorable members, I'm humbled to come before you today with the full backing of the West African Caucus, who repose their confidence in me to stand for elections as the second Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. And I'm very grateful. On the basis of the support, which I truly appreciate and do not take for granted, I stand before the full membership of the Pan-African Parliament with humility to seek your support to plenary, from plenary, to ensure I'm confirmed as the second Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. I stand before you, and I want to state this also in very clear terms, that the West African Caucus is the only caucus that is very consistent in bringing female candidates to the Bureau. Since 2015, the Pan-African Parliament has, the Western Caucus has consistently provided a female to this Bureau, consistently. So our support for the female is unquestionable, and we will continue to support our female as well. As the outgoing chairperson of the Western Caucus, I bring with me a proven track record of fair, just, and inclusive leadership and a renewed commitment to institutional excellence. I believe our effectiveness as the people's elected representative on the continent. I will advocate for improved administrative support, a restoration and timely disbursement of allowances, and the opportunity for parliamentarians and staff as well. A parliament that attends to the welfare of its members is assured of performance with dignity, focus, and purpose. I will prioritize strengthening commitment at the proverbial engine rooms of parliamentary work to ensure that they are fully functional, adequately resourced, and empowered to carry out oversight, legislative and policy engagement effectively. I also recognize that our strength lies in our diversity. By a collective sense of purpose, I am committed to fostering a leadership culture that is fair, transparent, and inclusive. Honorable members, for the Pan-African Parliament to fulfill its mandate, doubtless it must operate with greater independence and authority. I will support efforts that reinforce our institutional autonomy, enhance our legislative role, and strengthen our standing within the continental governance system. As an experienced IT expert, I firmly believe that in this unstable digital age, we must embrace technology to modernize our operations. I will champion digital tools to improve communications, document management, virtual participation, and public engagement. Honorable members, we must, as a parliament, reclaim our rightful place as a central pillar in Africa's governance. And this election gives us that opportunity, and we must take that opportunity. I want to stand, therefore, respectfully stand before you to seek your support in driving the agenda of the particular bureau.
I submit that I have the knowledge, I have the experience, and I have the highest sense of integrity and collaboration. I thank you very much. Honorable Mbu, ممثل منطقة
representative of West Africa.
سنتور أجيمان رولينجز من غانا ممثلة المنطقة
representing West Africa from Ghana.
Good afternoon. Peace be unto you. Salaam alaikum. Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament and the Chairperson of the AU present with us, I would like to stand on previously established protocols. My name is Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings. I'm from Ghana. I'm a Member of Parliament in my third term. I'm a medical doctor by training. I have a Master's in Conflict, Peace and Security. I'm currently the chair on the Committee on Security and Intelligence in Ghana. I have a special interest. Thank you. I have a special interest in inclusivity, in making sure that women, youth, and persons with disability are not marginalized. I stand here on behalf of the mothers, the sisters, and the daughters who never had this opportunity to have their voices heard. I stand here humbly, but with courage, as a woman, hoping that one day it will not be a big deal for a woman to represent, because it will be normal, because there will be proportional representation, and we will move from the issue of constantly fighting to be at the table to actually recognizing it as normal. The UN Security Council Resolution 1325 establishes the fact that women are key in mediation, peace building, conflict resolution, if we want lasting peace. Africa is at a crossroads, and we need to be reminded about the importance of women and children in our security. There have been several reversals in democratic constitutional rule across the continent. We need to understand why. Parliamentarians are usually first victims of any regime change. So we must be asking, what is the underlying reason, so that we can build bridges across the continent. There was never a better time than now for us to use parliamentary democracy to rebuild the bridges across our nations, to reestablish the original vision of Pan-Africanism. I stand here humbly as your servant to ensure that we all have a voice at the table, that nobody gets left behind, that every woman here recognizes that she is part of the decision and not an appendage at the end of a decision. I call upon all my colleagues here to remember that we are doing this for our people, not just one bloc, but for the entire continent, so that they understand, so that the AU once again will see the value that the Pan-African Parliament brings to the continent. I thank you so very much, and I trust that you will give me a vote. God bless you. Thank you.
I call upon His Excellency Gida Muhammad Mahan from Chad, representing Central Africa.
Monsieur le Président du Parlement panafricain,
The President of the Pan-African Parliament, ambassadors, members of the Cabinet of Chairperson of the African Union Commission, former chairpersons, dear colleagues, dear brothers. Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol duly respected. Before anything else, permit me, Mr. President, to take advantage of this opportunity offered me to address on behalf of my delegation and my country, Chad, and the Central African Caucus. We would like to extend our hearty congratulations to you. It is with profound humility and a high sense of responsibility and profound conviction that I take the floor before you today as a son of Chad and a representative of the Central African Caucus within the purview of this election to seek your votes for the office of the third Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. I am MP Jida Mahamad Kesto from the National Assembly of Chad, Deputy Chairperson of the Olympic and Sports Committee, Chairperson of the Chadian Handball Federation, member of the Committee on Ethics of the Confederation of African Handball. I used to be a Vice President of the parliamentary group for the ruling party 2011-2013. I was also the chairperson of the SDG committee, and here in the Pan-African Parliament I was the head of the Youth Caucus. And since 2024 until today, I have been the fourth Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. From the outset, I would like to allay all fears with regard to the fact that in 2024, the Central African Caucus actually nominated me to sit in as fourth Vice President when my colleague from Gabon had to quit his office because they were suspended by the African Union. So I decided to finish this tenure with commitment and sincerity, and it's in this same regard that I would like today to take the floor to introduce myself to you as a candidate to the election of the fourth Vice President of PAP, pursuant to the provisions of the Rules of Procedure sections 16.5, which make me eligible for a re-election in this office. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, for those of you who know me for over 13 years now within the Pan-African Parliament, I have learned, observed, served, and understood something of utmost importance. The Pan-African Parliament doesn't lack talent nor vision, but we simply need to boost unity, coherence, and efficiency of this institution in the actions we undertake, because of course we must say it and say it clearly. Our institution is at crossroads at this point in time. The image of our institution has been put to question, and its solidity really has been fragilized. So the unity of this institution becomes very crucial, and it's on the basis of the foregoing that I would like to base my candidacy on the three pillars that are reform, rebuilding, and efficiency. I do not want to define these three terms because I do not have enough time, dear colleagues. Mr. President, Central Africa sends me before you with a simple message, a message of solidarity, one of responsibility, and renewal. I do not come to fill up a space, but to accomplish a mission, because I am endowed with experience and determination, and I am determined to work together with you all to take the Pan-African Parliament out of inertia and slumber. Let us make this institution a forward-looking institution for a prosperous, integrated, and united Africa. So I would like to say I trust in you for reforms, efficiency, and rebuilding of Africa. Thank you so much.
أدعو معالي السيناتور توني سيبانتي من إسواتيني ممثلا لمنطقة الجنوب.
Your Excellency, the President, congratulations for the most important seat of the Parliament of the continent of Africa. I want to write on the protocol already established to save time, but more especially, I want to extend my appreciation to the Southern African Caucus for endorsing me for the fourth Vice President position for the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you very much for the trust that you bestowed upon me. Honorable members, I want to speak from my heart today, the soul and from the soul, and I tell you with humility and difference that my election will bring into the Bureau many good things that I will lay down as follows. I have said, my name is Senator Tony Sibanze. I'm a son of the African soil from the Kingdom of Eswatini, and I come to you with humility of a son, a brother, a colleague, nurtured in the strong cultural values of the Kingdom of Eswatini, which combines modernity with the true essence of our African cultural values and morality and ethics. In Eswatini, I serve as a chairperson of the Committee on Finance, and also I'm a chairperson of the Committee on Climate Change, and I have served as a chairperson of the Disciplinary Tribunal of the Kingdom of Eswatini. In the Pan-African Parliament, this is my second term in the Pan-African Parliament, and I've served as a rapporteur of the Monetary and Financial Affairs Committee, and I've defended the budget for the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union. I stand before you today to share my vision for the Pan-African Parliament in as far as funding is concerned. So we want a properly funded PAP, an operational effective PAP, institutionally respected PAP, that is also responsive to the needs of the members of the Pan-African Parliament. Today, honorable members, PAP stands at crossroads, constrained by limited resources, challenged in its operations, yet entrusted with advancing the aspirations of over 1 billion Africans. The expectations of our citizens are rising, so too must our capacity to respond. This moment calls for not only for a vision, but for proven and to deliver results within the African Union system. I've directly engaged the African Union's F-15 Committee and the Permanent Representative Committee in defense of the PAP budget and operational priorities. I bring the experience and institutional access required to translate commitment into concrete outcomes. Honorable members, I'm here to seek your vote, honorable members, for the fourth Vice President position. I come with 5 commitments, honorable members. One is to restore and secure a sustainable budget, and this will lead to effectively discharging the mandate under constrained financial framework designed during the COVID-19 period, so that we can revive the budget to sustain operations of PAP.
Shukran. Thank you.
Finished. Votes. Thank you very much.
Orle Francisca Castro Boques from Angola, representing the Seventh African region, the caucus.
colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament. My name is Aglete Borsic, and I'm running for the fourth Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. Based in my parliamentary and diplomatic experience, technical training in public health, and international exposure, I present my candidacy. I have 5 key aspects to address as a mission on this mandate. First is the strengthening of the institutional effectiveness of the Pan-African Parliament, improving the mechanism for follow-up of our resolutions. Secondly is health and human development as a continental priority. The third is the women empowerment and youth empowerment. That is an increase of women representation in our parliament. Fourth, African integration and international cooperation. And as my last goal, bringing the Pan-African Parliament closer to our citizens. But I come to you today not only as a candidate, but as a woman, as a public servant, as a medical doctor, a professional who truly believes in the transformational power of women leadership in Africa. As a medical doctor, I bring the sensitivity of the caregivers. As a public servant, the sense of mission. As an African woman, I bring resilience and determination to forge new paths. We know that when a woman advances, many others advance with her. Today, I ask you for your support, not only for a candidacy, but for a cause, to strengthen the presence, the voice, and the leadership of women in the Pan-African Parliament. Together, we can do more. Together, we can go further. Together, we can transform Africa. Therefore, I would like to say that I would like to forgive those who made up a resignation document for my country, because Angola is present, I am present as a woman to represent. Therefore, I say more action, more impact, and more Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thirdly,
I call the Legal Council of African Union to complete the election according to the election rules. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable members, let me remind you of the list of candidates for the four candidates to four vice presidents. The first vice president, Honorable Achebe Gayu, a man, Ethiopia. For the position of second vice president, West Africa Caucus, 2 candidates, Honorable Senator Rawlings from Ghana and Honorable El Aji from the Gambia. For the position of third vice president, Central Africa Caucus, we have only 1 candidate, Honorable Chida Mohammed from Chad. And for the position of fourth vice president, Southern Caucus, 2 candidates, Honorable Francesco Castro Borges Outlet from Angola and Honorable Tony Sikalisa Man from Eswatini. Your Excellencies, I would like to explain to you the voting procedures for the election of the 4 vice presidents. For the four positions, the vote will happen simultaneously. The members of Parliament will have to present their access card to BAPA in order to be able to vote. The parliamentarians will sign registers in their name and they will receive 4 ballots in different colors. On each ballot is printed the name of the candidate or candidates for the positions as follows. The green ballot is for the position of first vice president with the name of the candidate Honorable Gayo. The blue ballot for the position of second vice president will contain the name of the two candidates, Rawlings and Hambon. The pink ballot for the position of third vice president with the name of the candidate Honorable Jida, and the yellow ballot for the position of the fourth vice president will include the names of the two candidates Honorable Borges and Honorable Sibasi. These different colors are indicated on each polling station. I am asking the team to install the voting station. Parliamentarians will have to write the letter X or tick next to the name of every candidate for the four positions. If you wish to abstain, write nothing on the ballot. You are now seeing the four polling stations that are been provided for the elections. The parliamentarians will put their ballot in the polling station. You can see that the polling stations are empty. Green color for the first vice president, blue for the second vice president, pink for the third vice president, and the fourth vice president, yellow. Green, blue, pink, and yellow. After the vote, the votes will be counted, being observed by observers nominated by candidates, but also under the observation of the members of the ad hoc committee. Each candidate should nominate an observer. Your Excellencies, this is the procedure. We are now going to proceed with the first round, and I would like the Secretariat to help me to call the candidates, to call the various delegations. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Legal Counsel, for the floor. Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, I'm going to start with Algeria.
L'Angola, la délégation angolaise,
Delegation from Angola, please.
Botswana, Botswana, Burundi, up there. Le Cameroun se prépare. Centrafricaine. le Tchad, Tchad, la délégation des îles Comores, le Congo, La Côte d'Ivoire,
Call upon Cote d'Ivoire.
délégation de la République démocratique du Congo,
Democratic Republic of the Congo. Delegation is called.
République démocratique du Congo,
Once again, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, as well as the delegation of Djibouti.
Égypte.
Egypt,
La délégation de l'Égypte.
Egypt, delegation of Egypt,
Egypt delegation. Egypt delegation. La délégation de la Guinée équatoriale.
delegation of Equatorial Guinea,
Guinée équatoriale. Swatini delegation. Swatini delegation. Ethiopia delegation. Ethiopia delegation. Délégation du Gabon.
The Gabonese delegation.
Gabon. Gambia delegation. La délégation du Ghana.
Delegation of Ghana.
Délégation du Kenya.
Delegation of Kenya.
Lesotho. Lesotho delegation. Liberia delegation. Liberia delegation. Libya delegation. Libya delegation. Malawi delegation. Malawi delegation. Mauritania.
Mauritania.
Mauritius delegation. Mauritius delegation. La délégation du Maroc.
Morocco. Delegation of Morocco.
La délégation du Maroc.
Delegation of Morocco.
La délégation de Mozambique.
The Mozambican delegation, your turn. Mozambique.
De Mozambique.
Mozambique.
Namibia delegation. Nigeria delegation. Nigeria delegation. Rwanda.
Rwanda.
Rwanda. La République arabe sahraoui.
The Sahrawi Republic.
La République arabe sahraoui.
Sahrawi Republic.
Sénégal,
Senegal,
la délégation du Sénégal,
Senegalese delegation,
la délégation du Seychelles,
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 Sierra Leone,
Sierra Leone,
la délégation de Sierra Leone,
delegation of Sierra Leone,
severe. Somalia. Somalia delegation. Tanzania delegation. South Africa delegation. South Africa delegation. South Sudan delegation. Délégation de la Tunisie. Tunisie. Uganda delegation. Uganda. Zambia delegation. Zambia. Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe delegation. Zimbabwe delegation. Zimbabwe delegation. Zimbabwe delegation. Zimbabwe.
Je prie l'équipe du bureau du conseiller juridique ainsi que le secrétariat
On the team from the counsel's office as well as the legal affairs department to come forward to assist us with counting of the votes. We will need to proceed with the counting region by region. Therefore, let's begin with the green ballot box. Honorable President.
Votre attention, s'il vous plaît.
I kindly have your attention. Honorable members of Parliament, let us begin with the counting of the votes. We will work with the East African caucus first of all. For the first Vice President, Honorable Gayo, we would ask that Honorable Gayo, if he wishes to appoint someone to join the team as an observer so that he does this right away before we proceed with the counting. I don't know if Honorable Gayo is in the room. If you wish, please designate a candidate from your region to observe the counting of the votes. They would need to come forward now.
Honorable members, we are unwrapping the ballot papers so that we're able to start sorting. Thank you. Honorable members, we are now sorting the ballot papers. There'll be a bunch for those who are for the vice president, then the ones that have abstained, and then the spoiled ballots. Thank you. We are doing the Eastern Regional Caucus. The first vice president. Thank you.
Honorable members, may I have your attention, please? Honorable members, may I have your attention, please? Honorable members, we can all sing together, but we cannot talk together. May I have your attention, please? We will commence the counting, but the results will be announced once all the vice presidents have been counted. Thank you.
Honorable members, we are going to count together, and we are beginning with rejected our spoiled votes. Spoiled ballot paper. On the position of the first vice president. Now we've gone to abstention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
May I have your attention? We are opening the ballot papers in readiness for placing them according to the desires of the people. Thank you. And this is the second vice president.
This one is going to be a little different. We are going to first check out spoiled ballots. Then we know the abstainers. Then we shall place Honorable Mbo's votes different from Honorable Gambia's vote, different from Ghana's votes. Honorable members, in continuation to move with you, we are going to arrange these ballots in four. One, we are going to have one for spoiled, second for abstention, third for honorable Mo, and fourth for honorable Rawlings. members, I would like to have your attention because we are going to go into counting, and remember, we are counting together. Remember, we are counting together. So we are going to begin with counting. Honorable members, colleagues, your attention please. We are going to begin by counting the number of spoiled votes. And they are 1, 2. Only 2 spoiled votes on the position of second vice president. Now we are going to count the number of abstentions, and there is 1. Only 1 member abstained. Now let me begin with the other one. Now we are going to remember there are 2 candidates. We have Honorable Mbo and Honorable Rolling. So we are starting with the votes for Honorable Mbo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 8, 9, 30, 31, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. That's for Honorable votes cast in favor of Honorable Mbo, Gambia. Mbo, Gambia. Now we are going to count votes cast in favor of Honorable Rawlings, Ghana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30. At 1, at 2, at 3, at 4, at 5, at 6, at 7, at 8, at 9, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 81, 82, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 4, 105, 106, 7, 8, 9, 110, 10, 111, 12, 13, 14, 15, 116, 17, 18, 19, 120, 21, 22, 3, 24, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30, 131. Congratulations. Thank you, honorable members. We are moving very well. Congratulations. I would like to have the observers for Central and the observer for Central. Yeah, it's one. Honorable Jida, you observer? Observer for Western region. Ah, no, Central. We are counting votes for the third vice president, Central. Congratulations, honorable members, for the far we have gone. Honorable members, we are now sorting the ballots for the third vice president from the Central Caucus, Central region. Honorable colleagues, your attention is important. We are now moving and I continue congratulating you for this. For now, we are going to present to you the ballots because Central, we are only going to give 3 spoiled, abstentions, and votes cast in favor of our third Vice President, Honorable Jida. Thank you. We can begin. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Jida, let that team leave you first count your votes. Honorable colleagues, first leave Honorable Jida to count his votes. Kindly give us your ears, we want to count these votes so that we go on record. Honorable members, we are going to begin by spoiled votes, and they are, I request the honorable colleagues to respect Honorable Jida. I'm going to wait. Order, Honorable Jida, order. We proceed. Okay. I'm proceeding to count 1, 2, 3, 4. Spoiled votes. 4. Now I'm counting abstentions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 24, 5, 6, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Abstentions from 31. Abstentions are 31. Now we go to count the number of votes cast in favor of Honorable Jida. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 2, 3, 4, 45, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 51, 52, 53, 4, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 9, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 34, 133, 34, 35, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 150. Congratulations, Honorable Jida. Congratulations. Now, honorable colleagues, allow us, Honorable Jida, kindly allow us move to the last bit. We need to move. Time is running, and there are speeches by these presidents. So the more time we waste, it's against. So, honorable members, we have gone to the southern region. We are going to count the votes for the fourth vice president from southern region. Remember, we have two, a lady and a gentleman. We have Angola and Eswatini. Kindly allow us move and move fast. Can I have the observers for Eswatini? The observer for Angola. Oh. Observer for Eswatini. I need an observer for Eswatini. People from the kingdom. Is coming. honorable colleagues, your attention, Honorable Jida, Mr. President, we need some order, and we are going to the last leg of this election. And we have two candidates. We are going to present these ballots the way they are. The spoiled votes, the abstentions, Eswatini and Angola. The Eswatini will be the other side, followed by Angola, followed by abstention and spoiled this side.
Thank you. Let's begin.
The observers, please open your eyes. colleagues, honorable colleagues, I once again congratulate you because we are finalizing and we are beginning to count the number of spoiled votes from the box of the fourth vice president. Number of spoiled box 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are 4 is the number of spoiled ballots. Now I am going to announce the abstentions. 1, 2, 3. Abstentions are 3. Kindly give me that bundle, smaller bundle. That small bundle has Senator Tony Zibanze. Now we are counting. Yes, let's start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. Honorable Senator Tony Sivanze, 64, from Eswatini.
Angola Livre.
Now we are going to count the votes, the ballots for Honorable Francesco E. Castro Borges from Angola. Mrs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 78, 77, 7, 8, 9, and 80. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 12, 113. Congratulations. Congratulations, honorable members. And congratulations, our friends. You have made history in the Pan-African Parliament. May God bless you.
Monsieur le Président du Parlement,
President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, you will kindly give me your attention to declare the results for the four positions of Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament.
Madam President from Angola, kindly take your seat. Madam President, kindly take your seat. Kindly take your seat. Honorable colleagues, we need to complete the process. We need to complete the process. Honorable President, kindly sit.
Vos Excellences,
Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, allow me to declare the results from the voting process for the four vice presidents. So for the position of the first vice president, Honorable Gayo from Ethiopia received 140 votes. We had 41 abstentions, 4 spoiled ballots. For the position of the second vice president, Honorable Rawlings of Ghana received 131 votes, and Honorable Law received 51 votes. So for the second vice president, we had 1 abstention and 2 spoiled ballots. For the position of third vice president, we had Honorable Peter with 150 votes. Abstentions, there were 31. Spoiled ballots, there were 4. For the position of the fourth vice president, Honorable Fergus received 113 votes. Honorable Simbadze received 64 votes. We had 3 abstentions and 4 spoiled ballots. Your Excellencies, allow me to declare that the number of persons present and voting were 105. So it is my honor to invite the President of the Pan-African Parliament to declare the new members of the Bureau, the Vice President, with a simple majority for the 4 positions. We also had gender parity being reached as 2
ratio of 2 to 2. So, Honorable President, kindly take the floor. We have the first Vice President, Mr. Gayo. We have Honorable Jida of Chad as the third Vice President. Honorable Burgess of Angola as fourth Vice President. Second Vice President was Honorable Mullins from Ghana. Thank you to you all. Thank you very much, especially to the ad hoc committee, to the observers, and to the entire team of the OLC and the Secretariat. Long live Africa, long live the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
شكرا. Thank you. Thank you. شكرا للسيدة المستشارة القانونية للاتحاد الإفريقي، وشكرا على هذا التعطير الناجح. وبعد إعلان هذه النتائج حسب قواعد الإجراءات، فأطلب من الإخوة والأخوات المنتخبين إلى الصعود إلى المنصة بالترتيب. أولا معالي الدكتور أشير دبليو غايو. Translation.
We're having a technical.
It's okay.
Let's try.
Now it's okay. Please proceed. Yes, please proceed.
It's fine, we may proceed, thank you. No, give us one moment, sorry, we're still having a technical issue, one moment.
Now, the result of election of the Bureau of the Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, let me first call to the podium. First of all, I would like to ask the members of the ad hoc committee to take their places so that we continue with the rest of our program related to the election of the Vice President. So I'd like to thank them all, to thank this ad hoc committee for the excellent work they have done, and as well as the service they provided to the Parliament. And my thanks also goes to the Secretariat of the Parliament and all those who come together to work with us in this work that shows our adherence to the principles of democracy. And we hope we continue to build on one voice for the Parliament that's colored by transparency and respect for each one of us. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you once again. As I have said, I would like to call to the podium those who are elected to come to the podium. The vice presidents, members of the Bureau, please proceed to the podium in this order. First of all, Honorable Dr. Gayo from Ethiopia, representing Eastern Region, please proceed to the podium for sworn. Honorable Gayo, you are the first. Proceed to the podium. Shukran.
I, Honorable Dr. Ashapiro Georgis Gayo, declare I, Honorable Dr. Ashapur Gayo, swear, declare that I will perform my functions as first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with the honor, the dignity, and the service of the people of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the constitutive acts of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament by law established, and I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Thank you. أدعو معالي السيدة زيناتور أجيمان رولين جيز من غانا منطقة الغرب من أجل الالتحاق بمنصة وأداء اليمين.
I, Senator Ajiman Rawlings, solemnly declare that I will perform my functions as second Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call now Honorable Jida Mamar from Chad, representing the Central Region of Africa and the third Vice President.
Moi, Jida.
Honorable Jida Mama, third Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, hereby declare that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I'll promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the African Parliament. So help me God. So
شكرا. ميرسي. أدعو معالي السيدة أورليت فرانسيسكا إي كاسترو بورخيس من أنغولا تمثل المنطقة الجنوبية السعودي من الصين. Thank you.
Eu, Arlette Borges. I, Arlette Borges, I solemnly declare that I will perform my duties as the fourth Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament with all my capacity, with honor and dignity in the service of the African people. I will serve with loyalty and fidelity to African Union, and I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community related to the Pan-African Parliament, as defined by the law, and I will promote and I will respect the principles of good governance, democracy, as well as human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. I so declare.
Merci, thank you, شكرا. أطلب من
Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues, members of the Bureau, to express their thanks, national thanks to the entire House. Can I?
Honorable President of Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of Pan-African Parliament, Secretariat, Excellency, Professor, Office of Legal Counsel, and the team of African Union. I don't know His Excellency, our chairperson of the commission, if he's around, the one who did great job, who brought today all these bureau members, who gave back the power of Africa back to the people of Africa. May I take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Yusuf, the President of Ali Yusuf, the President of African Union Commission, and Their Excellency Professor Office of Legal Counsel. May you also give them a round of applause. Excellencies, today is a special day for Pan-African Parliament. For some reason, Pan-African Parliament was not functional. AU Legal Council exerted maximum effort to restore order in this parliament, and here we are today. Thank you, Excellency, our Legal Council. And also, it will be appropriate to thank the Legal Council of Pan-African Parliament. Excellencies, we have long journey. People of Africa expect from us much, but we are delivering too little. So many conflicts in Africa, so many problems in Africa. I think it's high time to raise up, to step up and work, live at the expectation of people of Africa. For us, honorable members, I tried to tell you during my motivation speech, the relation between PAP and the African Union is not at the base level. We need to work hard. Your Excellency, President of Pan-African Parliament, it will be for us a great opportunity to have you here. We hope all that respect will be reclaimed. Pan-African Parliament image we lost, damaged, will be reclaimed. Will be respected by all Africa, by Union, by PRC, by head of states. We will do our level best and we count on you, honorable members. Once we are together, once we are working in the best interest of Africa, we will do miracle. Our staff, we should not get panicked. We know at Pan-African Parliament, staffs for prolonged time, they don't know their future, their fate. That will be corrected by this bureau. Your Excellency, our President, you have big responsibility to help all the staff so that they will be interested with PAP and deliver what's expected from them. Excellencies, thank you very much. My caucus, I love you so much for this opportunity. It was not easy task. The journey we went through, it was not easy task. Thank you very much, and we will work together. I count on you. As I told you, I will be always at your disposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Gayu. أدعو.
Now I'm going to call to the podium Madam Rollins of Ghana to also make her statement. A motion of thanks.
I have to make up for the height difference. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, the Secretariat, I'd like to first give my thanks to the Almighty. This has been an overwhelming result, which I'm still taken aback by, but I believe to whom much is given, much is required. I stand here today ready to serve, ready to learn. I know that my success will depend on the level of cooperation and collaboration. I rely on you, those who have the experience, those who have the technical insight. I'm relying on all of you to work together with me so we can make this a success. I'd like to thank my colleagues from Ghana. It was a very tense last 48 hours, and I really want to express my appreciation for your support. I'd like to express my appreciation to everyone, especially to the Western Caucus. I think it's refreshing when at the end of an election, there's still that harmony that exists. You have my word and my assurance. We will work together. I think it's long overdue we bridge the language divide. I'll learn a few words of every language so that at least we're making an effort. So, obrigado, obrigada, merci, shukran. I think, how do you say thank you? Kela boha, yes, gracias. Thank you so very much. God bless you. And I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable رولينجز السيدة رولينجز من غانا وأدعو معالي
Now, Mr. Jeda Mohammed of Chad, please come to the podium to make your, to express your thanks.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me first of all to congratulate all the members of the Bureau and my sincere gratitude to the Central Caucus. They actually set up a team, a campaign team that worked for more than a week, day and night. They launched the campaign, and this actually led to excellent results. Thank you, Central Caucus, and contribution, and congratulations. I'd like to thank all the honorable members here present, and all the senators always who traveled from Jamaica to Midrand to give me that support my candidates for the post of Vice President. Thank you. Thank you to my campaign director, Amina Tijan. Excellent and remarkable job. I want to take this opportunity to thank the President of the Republic of Chad, Marshal Mohammed Idris Deby Itno, who personally actually wanted me to throw my hat in the ring as a candidate for the post of Vice President, and he also worked with the region. Special thanks to the President of the Assembly, who actually coached us before coming here, put in place a strategy. He told us exactly what to do and how to proceed. And he actually designated the number of people to attend this exercise. Otherwise, the entire Parliament of Chad would have been here. Then we have our baobab tree, the President of our Senate. We owe him a lot. We owe him a lot. We owe him a whole lot. And we want to sincerely say thank you. We will never forget what he's done and what he continues to do for all of us. Like I said earlier, as you can see in my booklet, I actually undertake to work with everyone here, the President and all the other Vice Presidents, working towards an effective Pan-African Parliament. We cannot wait. We have to start working immediately. And it is from this day, this evening, that we have to start changing the face of the Pan-African Parliament. In conclusion, allow me, despite the fact that the chairperson of the Commission, of the African Union Commission, has left the hall, I would like to sincerely thank him as well for all what he's done, and also the legal counsel for being very proficient. She is a professor. So we all have to respect that the Professor Hashim, the legal counsel of the African Commission. Lastly, I want to say I love you all. I love you all, our members, and I thank you. I am so touched. I don't know what to say. I can only say thank you. Because seeing what you've done, casting your votes, and our senator, our dean, has done so much. What did we do to deserve the support of the entire African continent? Of course, that answer will come in a few days. Thank you all for your support. Thank you, my brother. And now call to the podium His Excellency, Madam Castro from Angola, for her to make her statement.
Con mucha gratitud. I'm here to humbly thank you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the interaction that we had during these last days. I would like to thank my country. I would like to thank the Angolan delegation with me, and I would like to thank everyone who trusted me. I would like to say that this is not my moment, not only mine. This moment is a moment for Southern Africa and for African women that continue to create pubs and raise their voices. This moment is the moment of young people who believe in a better future. This moment is for all Africans that expect from us more action, justice, and more results. I don't have much to say, but I would like to say that Africa is not only a continent of challenges. Africa is a continent of hope, strength, and resilience. That's why I would like to end with a conviction that I have. Africa doesn't need to wait for the future. Africa has everything to build itself here, now, with courage, with unity and leadership. Thank you for your trust.
Merci. Thank you.
Muito.
أدعو سيد الأمين العامة
I now have to call the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament to give us the announcement.
Before the announcement, Your Highness President,
Excellence, Monsieur le Président.
Excellent.
Excellence, Monsieur le Mesdames et Messieurs les vice
Honorable Vice President, I have to make
President.
our apology for disrupting the speaker on the podium. Let me start off by congratulating His Excellency, our President, as well as the Vice Presidents. I rise, Your Excellency, to move a motion that as South Africa tomorrow, we are observing the Workers' Day. It is a public holiday. Whilst we understand that this sitting has been convened under constrained timelines, we humbly request that we suspend the sitting tomorrow so that we allow South Africans to observe the Workers' Day and resume with our business as of Monday. And this is a very important day in our calendar and as well to the international community. I submit.
Contre-motion.
شكرا. Allez-y, monsieur.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. We have a contrary review here.
Honorable Président,
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. I have a contrary idea to what the South African representative will say. We all have our schedules that we have to follow. So we are in an international institution. We all come from different countries, and we have to follow the program because we also have our own individual programs to follow the program.
Allez-y.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable President. I was saying a while ago that the first announcement today is the passport unit. The passport unit, which establishes the African Union passports for new African parliamentarians and all for those whose passports have already expired. They should go to the administration. I have my colleagues who are here who can actually guide you. So those who need passports, at least whose passports have expired, and the new members who do not yet have the African Union passport, please request it to go to that unit tomorrow for the necessary formalities for their passports to be issued. The second announcement I have to make is that there is a dinner normally at 18 hours. It's past 18 hours already. So the members here are invited to the dinner. There is transport outside. The transport department is hereby called upon to help the members of parliament to take the members of parliament to dinner venue, which is just a few meters away from here, the Gallagher venue. Third announcement has to do with the meeting scheduled for tomorrow. There's going to be a bureau meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. prompt. The bureau that is in the boardroom at 11 a.m. There's going to be the regional caucuses in their respective meeting rooms that will happen at 11 a.m. After the caucuses and the bureau will meet from 2 p.m. So there will be two parallel meetings. The bureau meeting from 9 to 11, the caucuses will meet from 11 to 1 o'clock. And then the bureau will meet with the respective caucuses from 2 p.m. So, Honorable President, these are the announcement that I have to make. Venue. The bureau meeting will take place and then the caucuses initially we're supposed to meet in the following room: Central Caucus, Committee Meeting 2. Northern Caucus, Committee 5. Here in the chamber. Ask for our services to make sure that we receive rooms at the chamber for this meeting tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. So we've come to the end of this session on the election. Now, as the President of the Pan-African Parliament, I am going to make my closing statement. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, here we are at the end of
I have your attention, Mr. President? Yeah, no, we are members of parliament, so we have an obligation to listen to one another, even if a member holds a different view. Now, we are governed by the legislation here, Mr. President. When the honorable member from South Africa stood up to talk about the continuation of the Pan-African Parliament, not just on a national holiday of our country, but on an international holiday of workers. And none of the countries who are gathered in this parliament are not part of the international community. I now want to draw your attention to your rules, because I listened to the honorable member from Congo, and I thought he was going to quote the rule and not to tell us about their own schedule. We are following a rule of this parliament. If you look at Rule 34, which is what, Mr. President, I want to draw attention. And I must also say, Mr. President, I was disappointed that after there are two views on the matter, you did not give an opinion. Now let me read what the rule is saying. Rule 33 on public holidays. It says that the House shall not sit on the gazetted national holidays of the member state where the House is sitting, or on the holiday of the African Union. Now, even if there are people here who have no respect for South Africa, but we're not going to agree that we even violate our own rules on the basis that we want to work even against what the rule is saying. The second one I want to quote, Mr. President. The second one, yeah, maybe let me leave it on Rule 33. Now, Mr. President, we are making this proposal on the understanding that this is a rule of the Pan-African Parliament. It's part of our own rules, including the African Union. We are not making an emotional suggestion. But if this House decides that today, for whatever reasons, we are not going to adhere to that rule, we need you as a president of this House to make that determination and tell us on what basis are you disregarding the adopted rules of the African Union and Pan-African Parliament. And that is not going to be happening for the first time. On Monday, it was a National Freedom Day in the Republic of South Africa. We fought for freedom, we deserve to celebrate when it's on that day. But we accepted that we must come to this parliament and disregard the principal national holiday of our country. Now, if we want to repeat for the Workers' Day, we think that we need to understand the reasons upon which that is being done. Lastly, I can hear some voices that are saying we all have holidays. We respect that. But the proceedings of this parliament are not taking place in your country. They're in the land of our own country. And the legislation protects South Africa on that issue.
Thank you. Thank you. حقيقة السبب واقعي حقيقة
That is being very realistic. What you've said, you're very realistic. The Labor Day is an international holiday. And congratulations to all the workers here, wherever they are. Labor Day is a reality.
Honorable President, would just like to draw the attention of honorable members to the extraordinary nature of this session and the decision of the Executive Council in this regard. The dates of this session and its program were transmitted to the African Union in full recognition that in order to do preparatory work leading up to this session, we would need to take a few days before and after the session. The dates of this session do
not contravene any public national holiday or any international holiday. The dates of the session are 28, 29, and 30. Those are the statutory dates. The dates before and after, the pre-session dates, activities, and the post are really meant to support the main program. But I think the important point to make is that it is an extraordinary session. Member states of the African Union are aware that we have to, for that reason, meet on days that would otherwise would not be working. And the host government also is aware to the extent that this was communicated to the host government.
Honorable President, Honorable President, Honorable President, Honorable President.
One.
Yes. Honorable President, we did write to the clerk of Pan-African Parliament. And we did, subsequent to that, we got a response from her. And I want to quote her verbatim. What did she say to us when she responded? And I'll go to the last paragraph that speaks to Morocco. What she said, she says, and I quote her, with regards to the program scheduled for the 1st of May 2026, following the election of the new Peru, the Secretariat will undertake the necessary consultations and provide appropriate guidance, taking into account honorable members' proposal, which will be duly considered in any subsequent adjustment to the program. And again, Honorable President, I want to reemphasize what has been raised by my colleague to say that it is in our rules that we need to observe the host country's public holidays. Whilst we understand, once again, the constraints in which these sittings were called, but subsequent to that, we need to honor and respect the public holidays of the Republic of South Africa. That undertaking was made by her. I'm surprised that all of a sudden there's a U-turn from what she said. From the onset, we were not supposed to raise this matter. We were supposed to be provided with a response, having elected the new leadership. I thank you.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President. Yes, here. Gambia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable President, I believe it's very far from us to not respect the laws of South Africa. We are in an extraordinary session. We do not live in South Africa. We have booked hotels. We bought air tickets. The financial consequences for our countries to move a meeting from Friday to Monday is catastrophic. If we do this, there will be no one here to attend the meetings. We are obliged to dispense with our business because of the dates on our flights. So this is an exception. This is an extraordinary session. So I would propose that we stick to the program set for Friday. Perhaps we can give some time off in the morning for people to respect the day off, and we continue on Friday afternoon. If we do not do this, the Parliament will be empty because we all have to take our flights on a specific date. Thank you, Honourable President.
شكرا. كما قلت هو سبب واقعي بالرغم أننا في دورة استثنائية.
This is an extraordinary session, and we have a very clear program that has been set. We're constrained by time. You're fully aware that when it's an election session, there's a rule of the African Union to organize such procedures. Despite the fact that there have been issues that have arisen as far as rules and regulations, we had to work even though
it was a public holiday on Monday and tomorrow. We should bear in mind that this is an extraordinary session. The Vice President of South Africa explained the reasons, and these are acceptable. However, we as members of parliament have commitments in our countries. Many of us have to travel either tomorrow or subsequently. We unfortunately have to respect those commitments. We did accept to come here because this is an extraordinary session and the program was shared with everyone in advance, and we need to observe this. We need to dispense with the different items on our agenda and finish the work that was requested of us in accordance with the rules and procedures. Different members of parliament would have left by Monday. So if we do not finish our work as a parliament, we'll delay our program. You know that we need to start with a new vision from today. I would ask that all brothers and sisters allow us the opportunity to finish our program. This is extraordinary, an extraordinary session. These are exceptional circumstances. So we would ask for your indulgence that we continue with our work. Otherwise, this will delay our work and there will be additional costs if people have to stay behind. Let's bear this in mind, and I would ask that you are understanding and we come back to the program. In my capacity as the president, I would like to close this extraordinary session. So coming back to my speech, I was saying that, ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, we've come to the end of our session, our extraordinary session, and during this session, we've been able to elect members of the new Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament. This has been a successful election. This is a success for democracy, a success for brotherhood and sisterhood, and a success as we consider the members of Parliament who went through this process. It's also a success for our citizens of Africa. So, honorable ladies and gentlemen, I can only now express my gratitude to you all, as well as encouragement and congratulations to all those who have been elected as vice presidents to the Bureau. I would like to also commend the chair of the African Union for enabling this election to take place. I would like to congratulate all those who have been elected to the Bureau. I would like to thank all the colleagues here who participated in us fulfilling our mission. Let me also thank the Pan-African Parliament members for their patience that they have demonstrated throughout this process. Thank you to you all for your wisdom and the wise choices that you made in the election. I would also like to thank the Office of the Legal Counsel and a team from the African Union Commission who worked to ensure that all issues were addressed and the team ensured that we were able to do our work. Thank you also to the team from the Pan-African Parliament in the administrative departments and all those who worked in the background in the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that we were able to carry out our work. I would like to also thank especially the state of South Africa, the Republic of South Africa, for ensuring that we could host this extraordinary session. I know that today's session in particular has been particularly long. Everyone is tired and needs to rest. I will not take much time in my speech, but rather stop here and repeat the invitation of the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament to remind you that you've been invited to a special dinner this evening. This has been offered by the
state of Algeria, and the dinner will take place at Gallagher, which is just next door to us here. So thank you once again for your patience and for your wisdom. Let me request a favor that we stand to hear the African Union anthem, and with that, I will declare closed the work of our extraordinary session. Thank you very much. Kindly rise for the anthem of the African Union.
Thank you.